Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Because It's Tuesday Sprints. I'm your host, Courtney. How's it going, everybody? Let me know. Let me know. Well, let's see. What have I been doing? I worked. That's always fun, right? Always fun. Hear the sarcasm in there, right? And I got up work this morning and I actually managed to get, well, I was in bed about an hour and 40 minutes. I wouldn't say I actually got that much sleep because my mind kept racing, but I did manage to actually get some sleep and get in bed. So that's always a fun time. So I got some rest. So I actually feel quite energized. I got in this morning and I took a shower and got to bed. So no procrastinating here, y'all. So let me know, what have y'all been up to? I'm just hydrating my skin, y'all, because you definitely need that. Got some baby oil. I still swear by this sometimes, even though you got the P. Diddy thing going on. That's just hilarious, y'all. Oh my gosh. Anyway, I'm doing okay. I still feel tired, but that's kind of the natural order of being an adult. When are you not tired, right? So let me know what happened with your weekend. What are you reading? What readathons you're participating in and all that jazz. Hello, Kiana. How are you doing? Good morning. Good morning. Hello, Miss Cake Lover. How are you doing as well? What are y'all reading? What are y'all up to? What are you participating in? Let me know the details. Let's see. There's Mystic Readathon going on. That's Miss Nell's next chapter. Definitely doing Mystic Readathon. Are y'all participating in that? If you are, let me know which faction you're a part of. I am actually doing the vampire faction. I think it was humans last time. And so this time I am choosing the vampire faction and I'm doing the feather mode, which I did. Did I do feather mode last year? I can't remember if I did feather mode last year. I don't think I did. I think I did another mode. But anyway, I think I'm doing feather mode this year. And that's going well. See, the books have to be over 100 pages, right, for that readathon. So I believe I've submitted up 3 books thus far. You don't have to follow the prompts, so that's always nice. But I'm doing feather mode, but I'm also doing Shorty September. Shorty September, which I've been talking about. I'm not a host, y'all. But Shorty September is one of my favorite readathons all year because, I have like this whole folder on my Kindle of shorter books, that I have put aside. You know how you find a good synopsis? So I wait for Shorty September to read most of those books. Those short stories you get from Prime and from Stuff Your Kindle Days. Stuff Your Kindle Days always has a bunch of shorter books. So it's 250 pages or less. But a lot of these books are like less than 100 pages. So I normally save them for Shorty September. So that's what's going on with that. So some of these books I can't submit for the Mystic Readathon, but I'm still reading them anyway. My goal is to clear my entire Shorties folder. So that's front loaded. So anything else that can fit into something is great. Okay. Because I need to clear those so I can get some more. Okay. Give these indie authors, which their book that Shorties folder I have is just, Stuff Your Kindle Days are a lot of indie authors. So trying to get these reviews out, show them some love. Okay. Kiana says, getting the kids off to school. Whew. Kids have been in school. Some of these kids have been in school a month now already. That's crazy. I get you, girl. The sooner you get those kiddies off, the sooner you can get your mentation right and start your day. Because the beginning of the day is about them, right? Getting them ready so they can be off and be on time. So I feel you on that one. Oh, that's hot. I got me some tea here. Tea while I'm lotioning up. Kiana says hello to me and to Judith. Kiana is reading every time I go on vacation, someone died. Ooh, okay, I like that one. Where is this person going on vacation? Or are they the ones killing these folks? Okay, I would like to know. That sounds like a fun book. I like that. I'm gonna have to look that one up. Oh man. I got bit. I'm looking at these little things on my legs. I went to the beach last weekend and gotten bitten up. And I'm like, what in the world? Let's see what else is going on. So Shorty September and the Mystic Readathon, and I'm also participating in the Magical Readathon as well. Okay, big readathon, y'all, big. I went to a chat the other day, a sprint for the Magical Readathon, and it's like 100 something pages, not pages, 100, like 102, 103 people in the chat room. I'm like, whew, that is huge. That was huge. It's like, when am I going to ever see my comment? Big readathon. I like that one. So I have 3 books to read, so I'm going to plug and play for that one too. So I use the same calling that I was doing before, so that one. So no brainer there. At least one of the same calling. I have 2 callings that I do. So anyway, that's that. Gives me slightly Finlay Donovan vibes. I've heard of Finlay Donovan, but I have never read Finlay Donovan. Okay, how is that? And is that one? It's multiple books, right? Finlay Donovan. I know those Finlay Donovan is killing it, right? And something else. I can't remember, girl. My brain is kaput. Well, I'm glad you're liking it. Okay, is it a comedy, right? I'm assuming with a title like that, you definitely got to have a comedic angle to it. Okay. How was your weekend? Mine was pretty productive. I went to, let's see, I had a 3-day weekend ish. Yeah, I guess. My husband took off on Friday, right? And so this was our anniversary weekend too, by the way. So on Friday we went to a park, a historic state park or whatnot. And there was like an old fort there. And actually, hold up, I have a video. I have a vlog that I did. I'm going to post it in the chat. So anyway, we went to a park that, had a fort. It had like a bunch of like places where you can picnic. It had a bunch of green space, a lot of nature walks you could do. You can bike, hike, tons of trails. A lot of people had boats where, you can go fish. Just a lot going on with this park. Really nice. And let's see. So really nice park. And there's also beaches and piers. So it was really cool to be able to, go to all these different places in one spot. It just seemed like it took forever to get there. And then we took this crazy walkway to the beach, and I felt like I got ate up all the way going there. So it was crazy. So yeah, y'all probably can't see that, but yeah. So I feel like my friggin' skin has bruises on it. And then what did we do on Saturday? That was Friday. And then on Saturday, we went shopping, the library, and came back and just went to the pool here. And then on Sunday was chaos, y'all. Oh my gosh. Sunday was my actual wedding anniversary, right? So we decided to go into Tampa. That's like the big major city around here, right? So we decided to go there. We booked one of those history boat tours. So we get there and the boat tour is canceled, right? We're looking all around. Where's the boat? Where's the boat? I told my husband to check the email before he did it, of course. So later on, I'm like, finally, hey, can you check the email? He does, and it's canceled due to inclement weather, which the weather was fine. A bit overcast, but no rain, no thunder, whatever, okay? So that was suck because we already paid for parking and we're sitting out here. So we're like, okay. So we decide to, why don't we just, walk around a bit? And then I found a free shuttle that takes you to like different parts of the city. And so we did that. Went to this one historic area or whatever. And then on the way back, the trolley gets electrocuted and catches fire. It was crazy day. I was like, we are meant to be home. We were like 2 blocks from our car. So we were like, let's just walk and go home. So that is what we did, y'all. Craziness. If I had to visit my sister in the hospital, and then we hopped into the last bookstore since we were in downtown LA. Oh, that's what that was. I saw your picture in the last bookstore with the curved shelf of books. I didn't know where that. I'd heard of the last bookstore, but I didn't know where that was. LA. Okay. Awesome. Well, that's a good time. I think I asked the question about the books, like if that was real books, like in that curve. Like I wonder how they got it that way. This is my latest video. If you're interested, just checking out a little scenery from Friday. It's like a quick 3-4 minute video. But good time, good weekend, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Then we have to go back to work. You know how that goes. Back to work, back to work, back to work. I'm trying to find a timer here so we can go ahead and get some timing on. Let's see. But yes, let me know how y'all weekend went and if there's anything y'all want to share, any really cool places. Kiana, besides those videos that you said you got, did you get anything else? Let me know. Okay, I am setting up a timer here. Da, da, da. I need some breakfast. That's what I think I'm going to go get on this first sprint. This first sprint's going to be 45, and then I have to step out, so the next one's going to be an hour, okay? We'll be here till about 2, 3-ish today, okay? Okay, so here is our first sprint timer, and it's called Fancy Dress. I guess it's costumes. Okay, so we have number 1 is a witch, just in time for Halloween. Number 2 is a turtle. Number 3 is looks like Santa. And number 4, what is number 4? Looks like a ketchup bottle. That's interesting. Okay. Well, I'm going to do number 1 for Halloween witchy vibes. So let me know if you want to be a witch, a turtle, Santa, or a ketchup bottle. We all have choices in life, you know. No, it was close. Oh, closing time. Oh, man, that was quick. Okay. Don't you hate when you get there and they're like, we're closing in 5 minutes. It's like, darn, I didn't get a chance to walk around. Kiana wants Santa. Okay, we got 1 for number 3. Awesome, awesome. Santa vibes, Santa vibes. This is Santa's son, I think, because he has like black hair. Black hair and a white beard. Okay. And let's see. Yeah, turtle. And yeah, I don't get where the ketchup bottle fits in, but that's okay. We're going to roll with that. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and start this timer. What I'm going to do on this first break is I'm going to finish this tea and then grab some breakfast because I have not eaten. And well, I might actually hold off on some breakfast because I might wait till 11. May do some stretching and also try to figure out which of my books I am going to start next. I may prep a diamond painting too. Or I don't know. I have a hodgepodge of things I need to do, but definitely gonna pick out another book and organize a little shelf. So a few things. So we're gonna go for 45 minutes and go from there. Okay. Happy reading. See you in 45. And it's the turtle. Look at that. It's the turtle. Turtle, turtle, turtle. Look at that victory win, man. I'm telling you now, that's pure elation right there. How did that sprint go for y'all? Let me see if I can get this off the screen here. That's funny. All right, there we go. How did that sprint go? I'm trying to get this crap out of my pocket here. Let's see. So I was listening to my book here. It's called 12 Dates Later. It's pretty funny. Girl is trying to redeem herself for some horrible actions. It's a little sweaty here. I actually also was cleaning as well when the timer went off. I was like, man, I didn't even get a chance to finish cleaning the bathroom, but that's okay. Still got some time left on that one, okay? So that was that sprint. Let me see where we're at in the chat here. Just trying to figure out here. Okay, so Kiana wanted Santa, and it was the turtle, number 2, that won. Okay, so I had chosen, what did I choose? I chose the witch for witchy vibes for the first one. So that did not win as well. So, excuse me. Hello, Miss Nicole. How are you doing today? Welcome, welcome. What are you up to? What are you reading? How's it going? Molly says, hello to everyone. I'll be taking it easy today after doing difficult things yesterday. You know what? I second that. You don't want to do too many difficult things in too short of a span. So hope all goes well with you relaxing, reading a book, or if you strain your eyes, maybe just kind of taking a nap, You have options, which is always nice. So hope that you are able to have a relaxing day, because that's always a fun time. I'm all for a nice, relaxing day. So I hope that works for you. I'm just getting our next timer together. Let me send my husband a text. We're supposed to go somewhere on the next sprint. So I want to make sure that he is ready. Hold on one second. Let me know in the chats what y'all are reading as well. Yeah, there we go. Dun, 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 dun. I'm sweating, y'all. Feel like I don't have airflow in here. Kiana says hello to Nicole and Molly. The turtle cheated. Yeah, turtle's supposed to go slow, and that one went fast. So I think that there's some foul play involved. Okay. Molly says hello to Kiana. Oh, 59%. Okay. I like that. Oh, I was gonna look up your book too. Let me see. Every time I go on vacation, someone dies. Let me go ahead and look up your book, Kiana. Let's see. That sounds like a fun title. Every time I go on vacation, someone dies. By Catherine Mack. Is that who that's by? It's a mystery novel, 2024. Oh, it's part of a vacation series. Okay. Let's see. 10 days, 8 suspects, 6 cities, 5 others. Ooh, that's a lot going on. Oh, is that kind of, Italian book tour with mystery. Okay. That sounds like a fun, cozy mystery. I like that idea. That's a fun time. Okay, that's cool. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. 59%. You'll be done with that before you even know it. Okay. Molly said I joined near the end and got a little cross stitch done, finishing the thread. Ooh, that's awesome. Okay, keep going. How close are you to finishing your project? Make sure you hydrate as well, by the way. Let me go ahead and make sure you do that. It's always something important to do. What color are you doing too? Nicole says, doing well, reading and trying to get stuff done around the house. I feel you on that one. I have so many things to do and so littles of me. I worked yesterday. I came off this morning, and then I worked the next couple of days. So I'm just like, what can I do today that's not going to stress me out, but also be productive? So I'm going to clean the bathroom. I got to run an errand. I'm going to hopefully combine that with some food. And then I plan to clear a desk, and then that's it. I'm not going to overstimulate myself and have to leave some things for my husband. Okay. So there you go. I did task him to cut up this watermelon because he just does a great job with it. And it wasn't good. Some parts were just not sweet at all, and it just had like a crumbly texture to it. I don't know if it was just overripe or just a bad batch, but it was a big one too. Normally we get those $5 watermelons, but we splurged and got the bigger one for $7. I'm not doing that again because it was a waste of $7. I literally ate 2 pieces and then threw the whole thing in the trash. So no bueno. No bueno, no bueno. Nicole, do you work from home? I don't think I ever asked you that. Do you work from home? I didn't know. I know you've moved and all that stuff, but that's always convenient. If you're able to do that, that's always fun too. Oh, y'all, my face feels crazy. Molly says, I'm doing the background in a very pale pink. Ooh, I like pink. Me likes pink. Okay. That'll be a fun time. Okay. Looking forward to looking at a finished product whenever you get it done. Paying more attention. No. So annoying to pay more and get less. In facts. Oh, yes. And to get none at all, which is even worse. Okay. Because we paid for it and got the nice bigger watermelon. It wasn't good at all. And it was a seeded one, which I didn't know that. I wasn't paying attention, but generally I try to stay away from the seeded watermelons. Just not my jam, to each his own. But I was just disappointed to just have to throw the whole thing away. You know, I love me some watermelon too. Okay. That's one of the great things about living out here in Florida is that, produce. I was going to say produce are readily available, but that is so far from the truth. But I will say I've seen more watermelon readily available. I just get it from Walmart than I have, when I was in Jersey and stuff. It was more seasonal, whereas here, I guess it still is the season, but it's extended. Because I don't think I had any last year in Jersey. They just weren't around. And this year, pretty much every time I go in Walmart, there has the big buckets right in the front. There's the smaller one and the bigger one. But the smaller one is still pretty big. It's a nice, dark, big size, not them little basketball or whatever those. They have those little small ones. They're like, I don't know how to describe. They're like the small size of the kids' plastic balls. No, this is like a nice big one, right? Like size of a basketball. And those have not really been feeling me wrong much at all. So this one I got much bigger. It was one of those oblong ones that are oval and just not good. So I'm going to go back to my $5 one. Sometimes I even buy 2 at a time, but it was not good. They didn't do a good job. Now I'm weary. That's the thing. When you buy something and it doesn't tend to go right, excuse me, you tend to just be weary after that when you buy stuff. But I'm going to go for what I know. And then on top of that, I found that out this morning or on the Sprint. So I had to throw that watermelon away. And then this shirt is pretty cool. It says, it is what it is. Let me get this coming off the screen. It is what it is, right? But here's what it is. You see this hanging off? You see that? Damn, Shein. Look at that. Just peeling off. Is that the only one? 3 of them. Just coming off right there, right? I didn't even peel it. Just coming off. That's what you get for $8, right? But it should stay on at least for $8. It just feels like they would come off too. I should have returned it, but I wasn't thinking of it at the time. But they weren't peeling This is only my second time wearing this, but you can just see most of them, at least all the ones at the bottom. No, even the ones on the second row. These are peeling pretty bad, but all these other ones are just a good scrunch away from coming up. Just, but the shirt itself feels like really comfortable, but I wouldn't pay all that for a plain shirt. So, not happy about that. So, that's my woe is me, y'all. If y'all weren't here earlier for my anniversary story, we had a tour that got canceled and a trolley that almost caught on fire. So it's been a crazy few days. Okay, I just need something to be copacetic and calm. Let things go right, okay? But yeah, that's that. Nicole says, no, I don't. Oh, okay. I haven't found a new job since moving. We're in a much smaller area and I'm not sure what I'd like to do here. Take your time, figure it out. It's nice when you have two incomes, so you don't have to be like in that hurry. I know we all want to. Well, I was gonna say we all want to work. No, we don't. I don't want to work. I have to, but it's you're not feeling like you're in that dire straits and in a hurry if you're you have choices. That's what I mean as to say. So I feel you on that one. I thought you were in academia. That's why I asked. For some reason, just in my head, I was thinking you're working from home. You get just a little idea. And I'm like, I don't think so. But I was thinking you're in some sort of academic type person because you read like a lot of classics and like real like I was going to say fancy literature, but like literature with some substance. Like you're not reading a paranormal shifter novel like I'm reading, So you gave off like professor vibes or something. I was a director of a local nonprofit as my last job, so not an easy job to relocate. Yeah, that is true. That's true. I mean, yeah, most of those jobs you kind of have some sort of presence, but you never know. They may have some online and work from home. So keep looking out there. Keep looking out there. Okay. Read some good books in the meantime. Okay. Molly says, I put a photo in crafty vibes and wine. Ooh, let me see. I've been a bad Discord girl. Discord girl lately. So let me see what we working with. This is so slow. How are y'all doing with y'all prompts and everything from prompts and everything from for those that are doing the Mystic Readathon. There's tons of readathons going on out there. There's Shorty September. I'm just redoing the things I'm doing. Shorty September. There's the Mystic Readathon. There is the Magical Readathon. Is it weird month? I can't remember. There's a few different things, and I know there's tons of like cozy type things going on as well. Readathons with fall vibes and stuff. So ooh, Keita is working on a Christmas blanket. Okay. I'm just looking to see what you're doing. Ooh, finally completed. That's pretty. That's Keita's there. I'm just looking at the Discord, y'all. Oh, that's Lily's blanket. Her daughter's so cute. So cute. Let's see. Molly, are you tea party up in here? I like the pink. That's a lot of yarn. Hold up. Hold up. I am. What's your handle in the Discord here? I'm in the yarn, the knitting crocheting part, but I don't think that I am in the right one. Oh, hold up. Okay, never mind. I didn't realize that was a different one for cross stitching. Okay, never mind. I get it. Molly is getting somewhere in the background. The printed stuff will wash away when I'm finished. Oh, I see 10. Oh, there's little grids. Okay. Oh, that's cool. It's been a minute since I cross stitch. My mom got us into that when I was younger, and just as quickly as we got in, we got out. But she exposed us to like crochet, knitting, cross stitch, things like that. I don't know. It didn't last too long. We made like little coasters. I think I made a scarf and a hat, and that was a long time ago. I like the colors for sure. Kiana said, I got to get ready for work. Thanks for the sprints. I hope you have a lovely day at work. Stay calm. You got the kids out the house. Drink plenty of water, Miss Lady. Good morning, Christina. How are you doing? Welcome to the fold. What are you up to? I wonder if you could fabric glue them back on. I could, but for just a cheap shirt, I don't know if it even really matters. I don't know. These look like, you know what? This shirt seems like if I was careful enough, I could probably like slowly pull all of these off and just have a plain blue shirt. Shein, I don't know if y'all are familiar. Shein, Shein is like Temu, Temu, cheap clothes, a lot of it made in China and stuff. It has its purposes, I will say. This is not it, but the other stuff I got was cute. I got this just for the same. I wasn't a huge fan of it when I got it, but I was like, it's a cute saying. It's a cool shirt, But the fact that these things are going off, I'm not a fan of that. I wish that they would have placed these little, what do you call it, decals on this better, just like my other shirts. Like put it into the stitching versus, I don't know what the heck they do. Just put a glue. It's just glued on top. But I don't know. It's not worth all the effort I would have to take to salvage it. You know what I'm saying? So it's around the house shirt. It'll do for now. At some point, if it gets really bad, I'm just going to pull this up slowly and just get a blue shirt. We'll see. Christina says good morning to Nicole. Everybody say hi to each other. We all want income. Yes, we all want income. I don't want to always work for it. Can you just give me money? I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, if I'm honest, and I actually enjoy my job. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I work in healthcare. I get to make a difference in people's lives. Like, literally save some people's lives. Okay. So I do enjoy that aspect. I get to meet a lot of different people on a daily basis, hear some insane stories, and see some wild things, y'all. I thoroughly enjoy that. I always have a story, okay? But, do I really want to do it? No. I would like the option to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would love to win like a lottery or have some sort of like, I don't know, independent income, independently wealthy. I don't even have to be like rich. I just want to be comfortable, and to where I don't have to worry about money. I can still go on a trip or two. It can even still be budget friendly like I do it now, because I believe in a nice vacation or 2 or 3. Just make it make sense with money wise, right? But I just want to be comfortable to where working's an option. And I would exercise that. It would just be at my own discretion versus I have to go there every week, all the time, a few days out of the week. And I am like so like spoiled because I work 3/12s. So I work 3 days a week, like 12-hour shifts. Okay. So that's better than going every day like I used to. So it's just long hours. But I feel blessed still. I could be blessed more, or I could be non-blessed more. So I will take my blessings for what it is. So I'm thankful. But if I had some options, your girl's not going to turn them down. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, okay. You said my husband is. What is your husband? My last job's not easy. Oh, your husband's working. Okay, I get you. Yeah, we got to get them husbands to work, and I'm telling you, for sure. Kiana says hi to Christina. Nicole says, no, thank you. I studied literature. Oh, your husband's in academia. Okay, I get you. I studied literature and taught high school to start. Ooh, I can see you as a teacher. Is that not something you want to get back into? Not that I'm trying to push a career on you, because I know there's a lot that goes into being in the classroom. That was one of my thought processes when I was looking to look at careers, and I went in healthcare. I'm okay with that. Okay, but I get you. I get you. But yeah, you're very well versed in literature. Okay, so I commend you on that one. I kind of tune out a little bit. I enjoy watching you talk about it, but me reading it is not going to work out. Like the classic stuff. Molly says, I'm Molly Dot. If you scroll down, yes, I was in a totally wrong section. I thought Teapot had or Tea Party had some pink in the stitching that they did, but when I scrolled down, I saw yours immediately. Hello, Ren. How are you doing? Reading A Letter to the Luminous Deep by Sylvie Cathrall. That sounds very serious. How are you enjoying Letter to the Luminous Deep? Let us know. Everybody say hi to Ren. And Molly says, I stitch on top of printed color codes like doing diamond painting. You know what? That's exactly what I thought that was initially when I saw it. I was like, that looks exactly like a diamond painting with the little grids and stuff. So that's really funny. First cross stitch project in a long time, and I'm my biggest ever. Ooh, how big is this project then? Let us know. Well, that ought to be fun. The idea that you get to sorry, I'm applying a patch. That's cool that you are getting into something that you used to like a whole lot. I wouldn't mind doing a cross stitch, but I'd have to go buy some stuff, and I got enough diamond paintings and enough of a hobby. So I am attempting to trying to downsize what I currently have. And I don't want stuff that's going to take up a lot of space. So that's always an option maybe in the future. I do like art that we can put somewhere and do something with. And that's what I like about like when people are doing cross stitching, you can have a cool tapestry or whatnot. The yarn, the knitting, you can wear it or use it for something. Diamond paintings, you can always gift, or you can sit up. But at the worst case scenario, they don't take up a lot of space. So even if it's in my little portfolio, because I have too many, then it's not like tons of space. And they're not like super expensive either. So it's always nice. Good morning, Lynn. How are you doing today? Welcome to the fold. What are you doing? Nicole, I discovered after years that teaching wasn't my favorite part. Working with students was. I continue to work with students for years, but have done part-time work since having my own kid. Okay, I get you on that one. That was one of my goals when we were thinking of kids, that I will be working part-time. It just takes a lot out of you I commend people, y'all, that do this full-time working gig and then come home and then do this full-time parenting gig. And I especially commend people that do all of that on their own. Whew, that's making me sweat, y'all, just thinking about it. I commend y'all. Bow down to the parents out there, especially the mamas. No offense to the men, but I always believe that parenting for the most part falls so much more on females than on males, even with the male around. Okay, I just think we tend to take on, and that's not for everybody, but I will say that's probably majority of the people that I know. Okay, so I just commend y'all for that, raising the next generation of kids. So just do a good job, so when they go to the class, they don't act a fool, so people like Nicole wouldn't have to put them in their place. But I get you that working in a classroom just isn't for you. I get you. But you know what? There's always like online stuff, tutoring. I mean, I know there's in person too, but there's always a need for something like that. They're always looking for somebody in education in some capacity or another. So, you have some options if you want to just make a little. I don't know how much money that makes. I've never really looked into it, but there's always some options. I think you have a nice, calm voice, and you speak very well. That sounds weird. I don't mean that in a weird way, because you have people that come up and be like, you speak well. I just mean that you're able to get out your words without stumbling over them, because I tend to stumble over myself a lot. So I'm always in awe when people can just like bout out words, especially big words, and they make sense and it all flows together, and it's almost like they're reading a script, but it's not. I think and then put it in a calm way and not sound like they're frustrated. And then off the cuff, like you'll be reading something on the sprint, and then you'll come back and be like, "What this is? What this?" And I'm like, "Wow, I would have to be thinking 10 minutes to try to figure out how to say that." Really cool. So anyway, okay, well, that's enough job advice for me. I'm not qualified to be dispensing job advice. Enjoy your books, y'all. Rin says, so far liking it since the whole book is just mixed media, especially letters. Ooh, I like books that are kind of like that, as long as they're fun. I read one book that it was so mixed, I didn't know what the crap was going on. So that ought to be cool. Enjoy. Childcare was more expensive than working where I live. I didn't want to work just to pay that. Facts, girl. Oh my God. That's a very important point. Okay. I have known people, I was in the military, in case y'all don't know about boot camp. And so I've known a lot of military people in the time, and I met a lot of moms that did not work. The husband was in the military for that exact same reason. It's like, what's the point in working only for your entire paycheck to go to childcare? And a lot of that was even still discounted childcare. It's expensive. You have onesies and twosies and threesies, and military people be like fives and stuff. And it's like, man, for one, are you okay? Are you in pain? Two, how are you shuttling, picking kids up? Like, I don't even understand how these kids, like, you drop them off at 8 and got to pick them up at 3, and then you're still working. Like, I don't even know how that even works when most people work like a 8 to 5. I don't know. I'm not in that situation. I just commend y'all. I'm just saying I commend y'all. But when your whole paycheck just goes to the childcare place, then it's not really a point to be working then, so it's kind of like stifling your career to a certain extent. So it just, it can get crazy. So I feel you on that one. I remember my sister, her kids are all grown now, but I remember when they were younger, and I would visit her in the summers, and she'd be rushing to work to go, take the kids to daycare. And I'd be like, oh, relax. I'll just leave them home with me all day. We're good. I'm visiting auntie. We'll just have a good time. And she's like, I have to pay whether they go or not. It's like a certain amount per month. I'm sorry, a week, which was like still a few $100s. I was like, really? Whether they go or not? So I told her, I was like, well, just relax. I will drop them. Like, I would take walks in the morning, and the place was like up the road, a few blocks. And I was like, I will drop them on my walk. I will drop them at daycare. Just give them my information so they know it's legit. And so you can, at least for the summer, I was like, you can relax. You don't have to worry about whether the kids are, being picked up or dropped off. I will do that. So I would keep them at home, like maybe 1 or 2 days out of the week, if I wanted some company. And then other days I would drop them off and pick them up. But yeah, it's expensive. Molly says, my previous cross stitches were counted instead of having it printed on the canvas. And I kept counting and recounting to make sure I had it right. So not that relaxed. Oh, yes. I could see how that can be a chore. Just like with diamond painting, it's like forgetting you're on a different, I was going to say integer, character, factor, whatever, and you're doing the wrong thing. You're like, oh my gosh, I have to pull all of these off I feel you on that one. I'm just being honest. It's my opinion. Hello, Amberly. How are you doing? Just finished my workout and excited to sit down for a bit. Ooh, what did you do on your workout? Make sure you stretch it out, stretch it out, stretch it out. Ugh. I'm going to do some stretching and maybe a little walk later. I worked out. One thing I like about my current job is that some days I do have the opportunity to do a little mini workout at work. So that's what I did last night. So today I can relax and just, do something fun. Everybody say good morning to Miss Amber Lee. Molly says, I used to not be able to read books that were all or mostly letters, but I think it's time to try again soon. I think it's kind of fun to get a different perspective, like a first person perspective in writing a letter to other people. I think that's a good time because then depending on the book, you can try to figure out if it's an unreliable narrator, like if it's all in letters, because sometimes people write things but it's like just all for show for the other person. So that's always a cool thing. I like the idea of mixed media with some letters in there, but not all the way. But that's a fun format. Today was legs and a long walk on the treadmill. Ooh, okay. I like that. I like that. What's a long walk? Like what's the, and do you do the incline? Like what's the time in the incline and stuff like that? I'm trying to figure out some leg stuff. I want to define my legs more. I've been doing weights. As you get older, you got to do some strength training and stuff because, things just don't work the way they used to with doing the same things. You know what I'm saying? So I've been trying to get the legs more defined. So, yeah. That's a work in progress. I do a lot of walking, but I don't think it's doing the trick. Or maybe I'm not walking enough, but I'm trying to figure out more things with the legs and the hips and, lift the derriere a little bit. Can't go wrong with a nice peach, okay? I'm always working on the peach, okay? Anybody have any suggestion besides leg lifts and squats and lunges, which I hate lunges, but I'll do some leg lifts and squats. For the peach, let me know. I don't have like fancy equipment, but I do have like the little TheraBands, and at work they do have like the little, I don't know what you call it. They kind of like the Total Gym where you can add like the little weights to like a leg band, and then you can kind of do a resistance for leg stuff. So I started that last week. We shall see. I'm just trying to keep from falling apart. Nothing fancy. I'm not a bodybuilder by any means, y'all. Okay, I talk about working out, but believe you me, no. No fitness competitions here. Okay. Everly said, "Well, the goal is 5 miles." Ooh, okay. That's over my head already. I'm still dealing with the leg issue, so I'm slowly working back up to that. Okay. Take your time. If there's pain, then stop. There's good pain and acceptable pain, and then there's no, I need to quit this. Take your time. Molly says, I love unreliable narrators, but I probably wasn't familiar with them the last time I tried an I like that term, epistolary. Is that what that's called? Epistolary. That sounds kind of religious. I've heard of that term. I've read 2 books that had quite a bit. One was all letters. It was a short story, and another book that had a lot of wording in it. So I don't know where I got that from. Let's see, epistolary. Yeah, in the form of letters. Okay, that's a big word. I'm gonna have to add that to my vocabulary and put that in sentence sometime this week. Let people know. I like big words. Epistolary. Okay. In the form of letters. Okay. We need to stop sending emails and be more epistolarian. There we go. Oh, y'all. Okay. It's always a work in progress. That's true. And as soon as you think you got it together, you don't. You realize you don't. We get complacent. I moved. I lost some weight. I lost like 15 pounds. And then I feel like I'm slowly putting it back on. I think I got complacent. I put on about a 5 of that. And so I'm like, okay. Now, everything to me isn't about weight, but I do want to get my weight down. I'm not going to lie. But it's not, it's more about how I feel and how I fit in my clothes. But I do, want some nice arms and shoulders. Okay. It's something about like wearing things like that and having your arm muscle show. Back when I was in the military, I was really proud of like arms. I had the little pistols going on. It was cute. It was cute, not gonna lie. Then it went away because I stopped weightlifting. I don't lift a whole lot of weights, like 8 pounds. I just want to be toned, nothing fancy, just toned. That's about it. Everly says, I'm just trying to be able to get on to and off the floor for as long as possible. Wouldn't mind looking a bit more like someone who works out as much as I do. There we go. Me and you kind of have the same goals. Exactly. I want to get up and be like, my legs aren't aching. The epistles of Paul is probably why it sounds religious. Okay, I can see that. Epistolary. Okay, makes sense. Molly says, and you're correct in my understanding of the word. I thought it was broader than just letters. It could also include newspaper clippings. Could be. Let's see if that adds that. It just says pertaining to letter. Relating to the writing of letters. Let me see. Suitable, relating to letter, contained in or carried by letters, written in the form of a series of letters. Okay, so relating to letters. So maybe not newspaper clippings. But, dear Abby, I don't know. Do y'all know Dear Abby? You basically kind of write into the newspaper for advice. Am I dating myself? That's a letter. We'll take that, right? Hello, Dee Dee. How are you doing? What are you up to? We're just chatting, chit-chatting, all that stuff. Just saying crazy things on the internet. That's about it. We're about to go into our next sprint, and I have to go run an errand. So an hour I'm going to make this an hour and a half, because if I get stuck in traffic, I don't want to be rushing. Let me go back. Can I go back? Let me go back. We're going to do it. See, I had the timer all geared up to. See what I did, y'all? See what I did? Dun, dun, dun. 1:30. I should be back in time, but I just want to make sure y'all not sitting around waiting or something. So, hold on a second. I'm on this other screen. Okay. Dee Dee says that was back in the day. I know, right? That was my favorite part of the paper. Okay. You had Dear Abby, you had the word scramble. What's the other one where you had to like decipher the code in the comics? Okay. And Parade on Sunday, that was my jam. Back in the day when we, cut down so many trees for newspapers. Now they're still cutting down trees, but for so many other things, not enjoyable things too. So Molly says words change too. So maybe letters mixed with other forms of communication can be included as epistolary. I could see that. That's a cool term, epistolary. You say that in speech and you definitely sound smart. The epistolarian. I'm going to do my epistolary duty today. Alicia is sprinting. Okay, we have an hour and a half, so I definitely will have time to check in with some other folks and run my errand and all that stuff. And then I can definitely finish the bathroom, and I have my book on audio, so got plenty of things to do. I used to read that with my grandmother. That was a good time. Back in the day, y'all. Now there's columns and blogs and stuff. I wonder if they still have a Dear Abby. I know that she had died, but somebody else had taken over. I can't remember. So you never know. Okay, y'all, let's get to this next sprint. Catch up on some Discord in the next sprint, and maybe some Lingo Legend, cute language learning. Learn it, learn it. What are you learning? Let us know what you are learning for your language here. Okay, y'all, so this is the timer. This is the timer. And we have some, what's it, superheroes? What is it? Superheroes, okay? So let me know. Let me change this. There we go. So we get your superhero, choose which one to win. We have number one, who is the superhero. Let's just call her Blondie. You have number two. I don't know. Do y'all know these people? How about who these people? I have no idea who they are. So we have number one, which is Blondie. Number two is like a blue headband. Number three is kind of looks like Batgirl, but she has a trident. And then number four is very pale. And then I guess they're going to follow the dog here. So I have no idea. I'm going to choose number three with the trident. Okay. She's just waving it at me and she got the cool glasses. So I'm going to just go that route. Well, what do y'all want to do? You let me know. Let's see. Now there's Reddit. Yeah. I go to Reddit every now and then, but some of them folks are just as toxic as Twitter. So when I'm in Reddit, I get in and I get out. Okay. But you get some good information. People just can be testy, but there is some good information, and I've definitely learned a few things from Reddit that I would not have known. I like that, you have average everyday people are writing in, but they can be some craziness up in there, girl. Molly recognized the name of the person who took over Abby, but I don't remember now. Yeah, I don't remember either. Oh, okay. Dee Dee's going with number three with the trident. Okay. We got two for three. That's me and Dee Dee. I want the dog. I know. If I could choose the dog, I wouldn't mind too. I think I don't know why he's there. Why they're following him? I don't know. I don't think I've used this one before. So I don't know. I'm assuming the dog's going to run off and they're going to chase. But what that has to do with superheroes, I have no idea. So we shall see. Amberly is number one. Okay. There we go. We got the bright green tights. Molly is Italian. Okay. Child. Is that Italian? I don't know. I don't know any Italian. I keep changing. The ones I come back to most are Spanish, Finnish, and German. You know what? Even if you're not completing like the programs and stuff all the way, you're getting a good handle of little things in all the languages. It could come in handy. You never know. Just a few little sentences can make the world of difference in as experience, Molly will go with number three because you like the trident. See, we're all going with number three. Okay. One looks like Robin, four looks like Superman. It could be. Let me see. I got a bigger screen over on the other side. Let me see. One looks like Robin. Yeah, with the mask, I see it. Number four, is that a Superman? Oh, I think you're right for number four. Okay. It looks almost like a lace up. So one could be Robin. Three, I could see being Batman, but the trident kind of threw me off. Number four, yeah, I can see Superman, but what is two? It looks like a little ice sickle or whatever on the forehead for two. I'm not sure. I am not well versed in my superheroes, y'all. So don't hold it against me. Like all those Marvel and DC comic movies and stuff. I don't watch them. Don't do it. It's too much work. And they keep making sequels after sequels. I can't keep up with the people. Number two isn't ringing a bell. Yeah, Ice Princess. I have no idea. Didi says Beyond Beautiful on 10 TikTok does the best Reddit reads. Oh, oh, they read from them. I bet you that's hilarious. Okay, yeah, always source material. I will tell you that. Okay. Number three is Aquaman. See, the trainer, I get it. The outfit, no. But I'm not well versed in my superhero madness. But I thought Aquaman, I mean, this is Aquawoman, but I don't know. I didn't think he wears much clothes. I don't know. I have no idea. Okay, that works. Two is Captain Marvel. Oh, is that a snowflake? Oh my gosh, are these people calling me? I'm not. Sorry, y'all. Oh my gosh. Of course, these people call when I'm in the middle of something. Oh, well, not important. I chase people all the time. I'm going to let them chase me. Captain Marvel. Okay, I don't know anything about Captain Marvel. Number four looks like my mother in her perm days in a Superman outfit. Hey, you know what? I bet you that was a kick-ass perm too. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. You know you got them roller sets. You got to make it happen for yourself. Okay. Cut helps. Tell Charles thank you very much. Didi says I'm learning Italian too. Ooh, there we go. Y'all can communicate. Child. Oh, it is Italian. Okay, see, look at that. I'm versed. Look at me. Look at me. I borrowed into a lot of other languages like German and Portuguese. Hey, you know what? A lot of language stem from one from another. Okay. I hear that if you study, and I could totally be wrong because I am a lot. I've heard that if you study not Italian, Latin, that it kind of you can pretty much study or learn any other language. I don't know if that's true or not because there's a lot of ones like Mandarin and stuff that I'm like, how did that come from Latin? But anyway, just food for thought. Okay. Ciao, ciao. uh, come on, cursor, work. Um, is that Come stai? Oh, don't let me to be talking. Hello. There we go. Molly says, I'm very much a beginner with Italian, but my Spanish helps. I hear once you pick up one language, it's easier to pick up another. I know some bouts of Spanish, and that's as far as I go. Molly says, I believe the comic Aquaman is very different to Jason Momoa. Well, you know what? I like Mr. Mimosa a whole lot, so I will take that version for the win. Okay. Christina had to ask Charles Uncle Daddy because I was not sure, but it may be the older Aquaman. Oh, tell him thank you very much. We appreciate it. I'm on A2 and been learning for about 2 years. Okay, keep going. Is that the conversational one? French. You're in France. You're probably well versed and fluid. So that's really good. You probably know French better than many Americans know English. So have at it, girl. Okay, y'all, let's get into this next sprint for my husband's like you said we were going. So we have this already on the screen, so I'm just going to start it. Okay, y'all, cross your fingers for your people to win. Come on, number three. See you in an hour and a half.
Oh, isn't that cute? The doggy went and got her. Well, did not win that one. I was thinking of number one, but I chose number three because of the trident. Dang, trident. Okay, well, there's that race there. Let me get this one off the screen here. How did everybody's sprints go? Let me know. What did your sprint comprise of? Number one is the winner, petting the little doggy, doggy, doggy there. So, all right. So, excuse me. So for that sprint, I did run my errand. I had to pick up some stuff. I also picked up lunch as well. Yum, 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 KFC original. And then what else did I do? I ate said lunch, which was delicious. I finished cleaning the bathroom. I listened to a little bit of my more of my book, and I believe that is. I think that's all I did. That's all I did. Geared up for I organized a little bit more of my living room, and I should be done with the next sprint. So next sprint, I'm going to, which will be our last as well. Actually, you know what? We'll do two more. We'll do two more. But the next sprint, I guess I will finish organizing, listening to my book a little bit more, and then hopefully last sprint I can read through that whole thing. So that was that. I also went and supported Miss Alicia. If y'all around, go ahead and show her some love. Okay, so Dee Dee was saying that you speak French and you know some Italian. That's always fun. Let me see if anybody chose number one. Christina was saying one looks like Robin. Amber Lee chose number one. Okay, I think you're the one that chose number one. There we go. Number one, Christina did, bring the dog over to congratulate her. So I guess you can say that's kind of a one. Not sure about that, but okay. Where was I at here? I moved the chat over here. Okay, so apparently these are different levels: A1, A2, B1. I don't know anything about those things, okay, but have at the learning for the 2 years. Dee Dee is in France as well. Beginner, A1, and others. That is awesome that y'all are able to learn other languages. I think that definitely comes in handy, okay? Ottoman. Two may be Ottoman. I have no idea. Ottoman beats me. Yeah, Molly was asking Dee Dee about where she's at. You're in Ireland. 3 taking the lead. Yeah, I swear there's some cheating at the last minute. That algorithm just makes people zoom. Dee Dee says to Molly, you speak Spanish, you'll be a B1 in no time. Italian, I find it challenging. Interesting. Adelman or the Adam, son just came out and put in his 2 cents. Hey, them kids be knowing some stuff. Okay, I'll tell you that. I don't know. Molly says, I need to focus a lot more than I am, but maybe I'll get there. Take your time. Let that language sink in because, it's definitely a challenge, okay? Unless you have a time limit, Dee Dee says, has anyone heard Dan Brown has a new book out? Dan Brown. That name sounds vaguely familiar. Dan Brown. What has he? Author. Dan Brown. Author. I'm assuming this is Dan Brown, right? Is that who you're talking about? 250 million copies he has sold. The Da Vinci Code. Okay. Dan Brown wrote the Da Vinci Code, Angels and Demons, Inferno, Origin. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea about him, but let me see what the dates on these books are. It says The Secret of Secrets came out in 2025. So let me see. The Secret of Secrets is the upcoming sixth novel of his Langdon series, scheduled to release September 9th. That is today. So yes, you're indeed correct. Right there. And it came out today. And apparently here's another cover. So it looks like, oh, come on. Looks like there's two potential covers right there. So I have never read anything by Dan Brown. Has anybody else read anything by Dan Brown? I did notice before that they all have black capes. Yeah, they kind of make them homogenous sometimes. Sometimes there's slight variations, other times there's bigger. Duolingo. I have definitely heard of Duolingo. Yes, and podcasts. Functional conversational language, I hear, is the best way to learn a language. Molly says, I have very little interest in Dan Brown these days. I found his books frustrating. I read much better Grail Quests, though I did like that in the last one I read, he made fun of himself. Oh, really? How did he make fun of himself? Let me know how he roasted himself. I always think it's nice when an author can make light of themselves and don't take themselves too serious. Hello, Miss Vanessa. How are you doing? What's going on? Christina says, I looked them up to 2 is definitely the Atom one, and 3 is the older Aquaman. See, I have no idea about all that. Is that DC, Marvel? I don't even know. Okay, well that one definitely timer definitely took us all for a loop of knowing who these characters are. I think the next one let me see. The next one will be fun, but I don't think you're going to be challenging yourself to figure out who the different characters are. Say hello to Vanessa, everybody. That's not clicking. There we go. Dee Dee says, I like a few of them. That's the Dan Brown books. The new one came out today. It's set in Prague. Okay. Secret of Secrets and book 6 in the Langdon series. Yeah, I had no clue about any of his series. I never even watched the movie, The Da Vinci Code. So I'm behind in all that. I don't know, just not my interest, I guess. Molly says he got something wrong in an earlier book in the Vinci Code about sincere meaning without wax. Okay. In one set in DC, I forgot the name. A character remembered that author who knew something without wax. Yeah, no clue. No clue. Hey, you know what? When you write so many books and so many words, bound to have something that don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Christina's a fan. Gotta catch up. Okay, there we go. Keep it up. The Symbol. No, I don't. The Last Symbol, maybe. Last Symbol. Okay. So, you got some fans in the house of Dan Brown then. The other one I read was Digital Fortress, where I had to read it as an alternative universe, where maths was different, but still got thrown out of it by the idea of Seville. This sounds kind of like Babel, very intricate. He claims to have been a student in Seville, yet still thought the big minaret, did I say that right, in the center was round with a steep spiral staircase. It's square with gentle ramp and horses can go up and down. How did somebody not catch that? I mean, he sounds like a big name, big publishing house guy. Don't they have editors and betas and all that stuff? Nobody caught that? I think sometimes when authors put certain things in books, and just like when during advertising, when people put out like offensive things or something that people get an uproar, I feel like with the amount of eyes that go into big name marketing for certain things, somebody has bound to catch it. So I think some things are intentional so that people can talk about it. I'm telling you, like, especially when people do like offensive advertising, I'm telling you, I guarantee you some of that is intentional. Okay. It rubs me the wrong way. Christina said, I need to get the rest. I have book 1, Angels and Demons, Da Vinci, the last. Oh, you got the whole thing. Okay. You are a fan for sure. Symbol suggestion. Okay. Hello, Miss Kelly. How are you doing today? Welcome, welcome, welcome. What's going on? I think I saw you this morning. I came in and kind of logged on and fell asleep right after my shower. I think I saw you on. Were you spreading this morning? Oh, Dee Dee loved Angels and Demons. Okay. I've heard good things about this series that you're talking about. At least I've heard of Da Vinci Code and Angels and Demons. I haven't heard of anything else, but I've heard good things from people. I just haven't ventured. Probably won't, but I haven't ventured. Molly decided not to read anymore at the Digital Fortress, but got the last symbol as a present. Well, there you go. There you go. More reading, right? Read that one, and then you can decide if you want this latest, right? Molly says hello to Kelly. Prefer the Robert Langdon series. Okay. Oh, those go out into different series. Okay, I thought it was all the same one. Molly says, sorry. Let me turn this down. That is text messages. Molly says, my language learning is mostly through the Lingo Legends game these days, but I use Ankai and YouTube. I bet you YouTube is a good resource there. Christina says, no worries. I read the first 3 a long time ago, and the boys got me 5 for Christmas, but didn't read it yet because I don't have 4 yet. Yeah, you don't want to read out of order, probably. Yeah. Okay, we got to catch up. I like it too, Dee Dee. May have to do a reread of them once I get the ones I'm missing. Sounds like a read along there, whoever wants to host. Christina says, I have the 3 movies too, but bummed they did them out of order. Oh, that's interesting. Out of order. Does it make sense that they're out of order? Like, would the person that haven't read the book know that? Like, does it make sense, in the whole chronological order? I mean, Dee Dee said, I spoke a little bit of Italian today while having lunch with a friend, and the waitress was Italian. Oh, that's cool. See, that's good when you get to practice on people, because you get to understand like different ways people say things, and they can give you pointers, And also, people that don't know you don't necessarily have to be nice about, I mean, they should be nice, but I'm saying they'll correct you in a much more precise fashion than maybe somebody that knows you. Nicole says, off to run errands. Thanks for the sprints. Thank you very much. Hopefully you got some good stuff done and that your errands go quickly, okay? Be safe in them streets, girly. Amberly says, I started The Black Death, Natural and Human Disaster in Medieval Europe. Ooh, that sounds serious. I'm using this for the Shorty September prompt about researching something. Ooh, okay. That should be very interesting, okay? The plague. Ooh, yeah, didn't they say like millions of people died, something like that? Amberly says, also went out to the garden. We're having a few cooler days before things get disgustingly hot again. I feel you, girl. I'm in Florida, and I definitely feel like it's chilly today. Like, I was thinking of going to the pool, because I worked yesterday and then I worked the next 2 days, and I was like, well, let me go to the pool, chill out. But I'm like, it's kind of chilly. I don't think I want to get in any water today. Like, I have on shorts, and I was actually slightly, possibly, maybe tempted to put on pants. Like, if I was standing around outside, I probably would have had on pants or a long dress. But I was moving, so. Enjoy that time, though. Enjoy that lovely weather, okay? All of it. Mother Nature's blessings for you. Molly says, no time limit on my language learning. I'm doing it for fun. Oh, that's cool there. Oh, excuse me. Oh my gosh. Whew. Allergies, y'all. It's always fun to have a nice little project for yourself, I remember years ago, I tried to take up sign language one summer. I didn't get very far. I lost interest, but it was fun. Hello, Bella, right? I believe. I watched 2 episodes of my show and then did some flashcards. Okay, how is that going for you? What is your flashcards for? Let us know. Molly says, yep, Dan Brown. Gotta love him. Brown was famous from the Da Vinci Code and Digital Fortress, maybe Yoda. Yeah, I definitely haven't heard of the Fortress, but Da Vinci Code definitely. Tom Hanks was in that movie, right? Am I off? I think he was in that movie. Molly says, yay, Dee Dee, it was wonderful to get those chances. Exactly. And that's conversational, like the format that you need it in. So that's really good, And you can always ask her, like, other little things, that you might not have thought to ask about. So that's cool. Kelly says we do morning time Pirates writing sprints every weekday that I'm in town. Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah, I know you've been doing weekdays, like 7 to 9 or right in the morning time. I try to catch you right there in the morning, but when I work, it's like, I take my shower, I'll log in a little bit. Sometimes I'll say hi, hey, passing through, and I'm out because I got to go to sleep. But I didn't make it today. I was asleep. You know how you have that be like, I'm gonna read a little bit type thing. Yeah, sometimes it just don't work. Molly says, for those who like the themes of the Da Vinci Code but want something better, Molly's not a fan. In my opinion, I suggest Foucault's Pendulum. I don't think I've heard of that. I've forgotten the author's name, but it might be in the name of the Rose guy. Let's see who that is. Foucault's Pendulum. Oop, hold up. Oh, I was right at it. Hold up. What happened? Umberto Eco. Oh. Umberto Eco. I've never heard of this before. Let's see if he wrote this other book you're talking about. In The Name of the Rose. Nope. Yeah, isn't the internet a great thing, y'all? Historical. Yep, same guy, Umberto Eco. He's an Italian monastery. Hold up. No, The Name of the Rose is a debut novel by Italian. Hold up. Okay, so there's a movie. Am I looking at the movie or the book? Okay, so the book is by Umberto Eco. A film is by Jean-Jacques Annaud. Okay, 2 different things. But it's an Italian murder mystery. Should be fun. Oh, this movie in 1986 starred Sean Connery. Oh, I always thought he was kind of hot, y'all. Oh, well, face itches, y'all. Okay, well, there you go. You got a whole nother option there. Or, you know what, add to it and then compare and contrast. You know what I'm saying? Christina says they changed some lines to make it make sense so you can watch first if you want to. But Da Vinci Code was book 2 and the first... Fumble. The first movie, they thought that people would like it better, and it is less about the church. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. I just know they were searching for something. I don't even know. I'm the girl that hasn't watched Indiana Jones, so I'm behind on some popular things. Bella and the flashcards are for literature. Oh, for school. Okay, I get you. Well, hopefully they go quick and that you learn the stuff really good. I always like flashcards. I wasn't good at them, but I like them. Molly says, I forgot there was a film, Da Vinci Code, but it was Tom thingy. My mind goes, I think Tom Hanks, right? There we go. Christina said Tom Hanks played Robert Landon in the first 3 movies. And see, I didn't even know there was 3 movies. I know there was 2. I know they were called, but I knew there was 2. TV show or something else played. Okay. See, whole thing there. Umberto Eco. Yep, there we go. Foucault's Pendulum. It was a real giant pendulum in Paris. I saw it after reading the book. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Is it like at a building? Where exactly is this pendulum, and what does it do? Like, what's the premise for it? Like the real pendulum. Molly says, Name of the Rose is wonderful. It's Umberto Eco's most known work. Foucault's Pendulum is a different book. Yeah, 2 different books. See, learning some new stuff, y'all. While I'm over here reading like shapeshifter porn, y'all are reading something of substance. That's okay. We all have our outlets, right? I can't believe I couldn't remember Hanks after you just said, no biggie. You got a lot going on. You got language learning. You got Foucault's Pendulum. You have the Da Vinci Code on your head. Y'all remembering 4 or 5 books, movies, and series all together, and books attached, and the orders. That's a lot going on, okay? You are good to go, lady. Okay. But here's what we're going to do, because we have 2 sprints left, okay? So we're going to do this one, 45 here. We're going to make the one after that 30, and then we'll get out of here, okay? Make sure y'all go ahead and support Alicia. I'm not sure who else is sprinting at the time. But go ahead and support some folks while you're at it, but make sure you come on back. We are going to add in this fun race here. Let's see. There we go. And it's some clowns. So let me see which clown y'all are going to win. Let me see. Clown. Okay. So choose your clown here, okay? We got some options. We got number 1 is I'm gonna call that the Mardi Gras hat, okay? Blue hair Mardi Gras hat. Number 2 is like Bozo the Clown. You got the big nose, right? Number 3 is just, number 3, I'm not liking the look. It reminds me too much of that, what did they used to call them, dolls back in the day, where they used to like make fun of Black people. I don't like number 3's character at all. And number 4 is kind of creepy and scary, but I do like the outfit and the party hat, okay? I would have to say if I had any of these clowns at my party, I would probably want number 4 for the fun outfit. But I'm going to choose number 1 because number 1 looks fast, like they're ready to race, and I like the little Mardi Gras hat type thing. So let me know what's your cup of tea. Who are y'all going to choose? I'm going to do number 1 here. What is going on with my cursor? There we go. Okay. And Molly says, yes, the pendulum is in a building. I've forgotten the name of it. It's mainly memorials. Oh, okay. So it's probably like a artistic thing. Okay. I just like the Robert Langdon storyline. Okay. Yeah, sometimes certain things resonate with you. Okay. Bella likes number 3. Number 3 looks, I don't know. Number 3, it looks old school and new school at the same time. I just don't like the look of it. The top hat's cool though. And the big punch belly. Molly says, I've forgotten exactly what the pendulum was for. It had a scientific purpose rather than powering something. To find the center of the earth, maybe? What is Foucault's pendulum for? Yeah. Oh, look. Demonstrate the rotation of the earth by allowing the pendulum to swing to appear to shift its direction over time while the earth actually rotates beneath it. Oh, this does look familiar. I think I've seen something like this in a museum. Yeah. So it kind of swings back and forth in different directions. So the earth is rotating, but it's maintaining its swing. Okay. That's pretty interesting. I think I've definitely seen that in a museum or two. Alicia's on the last sprint. Okay, there we go. Make sure y'all go ahead and show her some love. Christina's with me in number 1. Right here, girl, right here. Molly says 3 makes me think of minstrels, white performance. Exactly. Thank you. Exactly. That's exactly what it makes me think of. But they used to have those dolls as well. I forgot what they were called. That was kind of the same thing. They're basically to make fun of Black people back in the day. But I don't like the look of that one at all. I like the hat on number 1 too. Party. Molly says, I think 4 for the blue. I would pick 3 for the purple top hat, but the black face means now. I'm gonna sing now. Oh, now or no? Now that makes more sense than finding the center of the earth. Yeah. Yeah. It just demonstrates the shape of the earth. Yeah. Okay. Well, definitely interesting things we have learned today. For sure. I'm trying to remember where I saw this pendulum thing at. I visited a lot of museums in my day, but I've definitely seen that. I don't know if they're all called. It says a Foucault pendulum. So they must all kind of be called the same thing. So no matter where they're at. First publicly demonstrated by French physicist Jean Bernard Leon Foucault in 1851. The experiment provided direct laboratory-based evidence of Earth's actual rotation. Okay, there we go. Learn something new. All right, where are we at on here? We will do some other history in this book when we come back for the last print. Let's see. Molly says, I believe the one in Paris is the original that Foucault installed, but the experiment has been repeated in other places. Definitely. Yes, definitely. And it's pretty too. I didn't mean no in the blackface comments. Oh, now. Yeah, now I get you. Yeah. Number 2, I like his flower hat. Yeah, it's cute too. I like the green pants on number 2, but I'm going to stick with number 1 because I like the hat. I like the hat. Oh yeah, let's get to this second to last sprint. Second to last sprint. Okay, we got 45, then we'll do a 30. Okay, happy reading. Man, they look like they're going slow, don't they? There we go. There we go. Sorry, I decided to go to the bathroom last minute. Well, okay. The clown that I would choose for my party if I was having one, number 4 won. So I'm not mad at that one, but I had chosen number 1. So for that, yes, I am upset. Okay, number 4 is indeed the winner. All the others are sad clown faces. How did that sprint go for everybody? Let me know. Let me know. I have organized. I finished cleaning the kitchen. What else did I do? I organized the my desk. Still finishing up. I ran into a snag and had to clean something, but organized the desk there. Made a drink. Tropical 7-Up Zero. We found this at the store the other day. Not mad at that. I diluted with water, of course, but not mad at it. Has a bit of an odd taste, but not too bad. So cannot complaining. So that is basically what I did on the sprint. Oh, I have been listening to my book. I got an audio for it. So listening to that and yeah, my character keeps making just some crazy little errors. She's sabotaging herself, let's say that. But good book there thus far. So that is what I have been doing. Let me know. I'm just setting up this next sprint here, y'all. Dun, 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 dun. There we go there. Okay, so Molly said she's going to be looking up the building that the Foucault's pendulum, the one that tests the rotation of the Earth, is in. I think it begins with a P. Let me know. Here we go. The Pantheon. That sounds right. That sounds about right. Like I know, right? It sounds right. I'm going to go with that. 18th century building. Okay. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that has definitely been replicated in some places. I've been to some museums. Can't remember which one, but I think I've seen that in person twice. I've been to one where it was like was it like a sand or I don't know, it was something that they dispensed or whatever, but to kind of show like an oval pattern or something like that. So Molly says, I won't be here on the next chatty bit because I'll be watching Hermes Buffy stream. Ooh, have fun. Have fun. Good show. Good show. Thank you very much, Molly, for coming by and engaging us in some good conversation. Much appreciated. Molly says the dolls are gollywogs. Okay, that sounds about right too. See, you know how you have things that make sense when you hear it, but off the top of your head, you were like, ooh, can't get it together. Okay, so gollywogs, I liked them when I was a kid because there was one in a book I read with living toys, and he was one of the good guys. I think they were evil in the naughty books, but I'd read the other one first. I went to say it was my naughty little sister, but I don't know. I'm white and I had no experience of Black people back then. Ireland was a very white country. Yes, probably still is. Let me see. We're talking about those dolls that were basically, I don't even know what the origin or them, but basically they were utilized kind of like blackface to make fun of Black people back in the day. It's like an over exaggeration of Black people's features. Gollywog, anti-Black caricatures. Yes. Let me see if I can get you a picture. Yes, these. That's not, oh, here we go. This is a good example right there. It's kind of like over exaggeration of, to me, it's kind of like those strolling minstrels of people in blackface, kind of that same idea. I have heard, though, that some of those go for a whole lot of money as well. So, anti-Black characters in the United States, grotesque creatures, with very dark skin, jet black skin, white rim eyes, male dressed in a jacket, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, yes. Yeah, not a very positive figure. I'll say that. Okay. Those clowns are really slow. Yes, they were. They definitely were. Molly says, I think the clowns are skating. They were doing something. Okay. They seemed like they started out kind of slow and then it just kind of, I don't know, took off from there. Kind of odd though. Hello, Kendra. How are you doing? I have therapy in 8 minutes, but wanted to say hi. Well, thank you very much for coming by. Hopefully your therapy goes well. Good sessions are always nice. Okay. And hug the like button, of course. Happy sprinting. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, we have one more sprint, so I don't know. It's 30 minutes, so not really sure how if we'll be here once your session comes out. Okay. The last sprint was number 4, the one with the big party hat. Number 4 one. Buffy is. Oh no! Oh, I bet you're. I know you're looking forward to that. Oh. Buffy was back in the day pretty good. I've watched a few episodes. I can't say that I like gravitated to the show, but my sister loved it. And so I watched quite a bit of it. Oh, well, you know what? Taking a pet to the vet is important. So, a good reason to cancel. Okay. Bella read some of the Odyssey and worked on an assignment. Ooh, okay. Okay. Good job. Good job. Keep it going. Keep it going. I'm all for productivity, okay? Get the schoolwork done and then you can enjoy everything else. There you go. Molly's like, hey, it was mine. I mostly chatted on Discord, microwave dinner, which I've just started. What are you having for dinner? Let us know. Let us know. Molly is trying a tropical vibe sugar-free soda. The brand name is Club, and I wonder now if it's the same thing as you're having, but released under a different brand in the Irish market. It's no telling. Truthfully, a lot of these soda companies are the same thing, okay? I haven't really, 7-Up was a huge brand when I was growing up, and I'm not a huge soda drinker. So there was years where I didn't really drink any soda. So, and this one is just one I got out of the, like the soda machine as I was leaving Walmart. They have like the little dollar sodas, the rollbacks. And I was like, oh, a tropical 7-Up. So then the next time we went, my husband looked for a 0-calorie version of it. And so that's what we have here. Definitely not something we would buy frequently, but it tastes okay. I think nothing beats regular 7-Up, but it's pretty good. I always water it down a little bit, but got that artificial sugar. But they are related. There we go. See, all the same. Well, what I was going to say is that a lot of them do have the same name, and they're just different, or the same company, just different names. Because when I went to Atlanta like years ago, they have the Coca-Cola Museum, and you could actually tour it. And at the end, you're in this big old room that's like sodas from around the world. Like there's 50 plus spigots of sodas from around the world, different brand names, different flavors, because some flavors do better in other countries than in others. So, but it was like sodas around the world with all these spigots, and you literally just go in with your cup. You can drink as much soda as you want, which is a horrible idea and also one of the best ideas ever. I was so sick by the time I left there. It was bad. It was bad. I had a lot of soda. I'm not going to lie. I tried to do just a little tiny bit of, a little taste test, but it's just, I definitely had more. If I liked it, I drank a lot of it. But, what idea is that to give somebody a limited soda of like 50 or more? It was crazy. It was good though. Delicious. Some flavors you don't think will necessarily be something you would like until you try it. So that's what I thought that was cool. I don't know if that's something that they allow people to do anymore, especially with COVID and all. I'd be curious, but it's been a long time. But I thoroughly enjoyed the Coca-Cola Museum. I learned a lot. Molly said Ireland is still very white, but hugely different to when I was a kid. Okay, I can see that. Yeah, a lot of countries I will always think of as just kind of like, I don't know, it sounds bad, but white, like majority white. It's just is what it is. It's the people that have settled there. And, you have that diversification, unfortunately, due to negative history and drop off points that have allowed certain places to become a little bit more diverse. And that just didn't hit some areas more than others. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, I don't ever knock an area for being homogenous. Okay. I don't ever do that. I knock negative attitudes. But I don't knock an area because it's not a melting pot. Some places it's just not that way. And it's the same thing in the United States. I would never knock areas that aren't a melting pot because they don't have diversity. I knock negative. I'm gonna just leave it at negative. I knock negative attitudes and biased, bigoted attitudes, not necessarily because people have not had the opportunity to interact with others, So, anyway, we'll leave it at that. Christina's watching a video with my son during his lunch break. Oh, that's nice. Look at that family time. What video are y'all watching? Molly says, I live in your university in my teens, so my stereotype of Black people was medical students. Really? Wow. Now that's a great stereotype, right? Totally opposite than probably most people I know, but hey, okay. Have at it. Okay. We're smart. Okay. Hopefully they were really good medical students. Okay. Definitely not the norm. It's like complete opposite probably in most other places. Alicia says, hello, joining and popping in before I get the little ones and hugging the like button. Thank you very much. Be safe in them streets, Miss Lady. Okay. Be safe. Enjoy the cooler weather for sure, by the way. Christina says hello to Alicia. And Molly says, I've watched all the Buffy before, but still enjoying rewatching. You can never go wrong with rewatching shows that you like. I have rewatched, or I probably rewatched too, almost every episode of Friends. Let's see. I'm thinking of things I've streamed and that I've rewatched like twice or more. Family Guy. I know it sounds so bad. Family Guy, Friends, Seinfeld. This was back before I had cable. I had streaming. So I watched all of those and then I rewatched it because I just put it on replay. But yeah, there's some things I've rewatched quite a bit of lot. Cosby Show, I know it's kind of taboo, but I rewatch episodes of that online all the time. Just some things just you like. I'm having spaghetti bolognese. Ooh, fancy. Enjoy. 50 plus. Yeah, probably more. I don't know the count. It was just a lot. Let me see if they allow you to have more. Can you freely taste soda in Coca-Cola Museum, Atlanta, Georgia? Trying to see. World of Coca-Cola is what it's called. Oh, it's over 100. I was halving it. This was like, oh my gosh, back in 2006, 7, something like that, 8. It's been a minute, okay? But it's over 100, okay? I just know it was a lot, okay? It says you can freely taste over 100 different Coca-Cola products from around the world at the World of Coca-Cola in Atlanta, Georgia, in the Tasted exhibit. It's right at the end. You go through the whole. It's a huge building and you walk around and it basically tells you like the history of Coca-Cola. They may have like the ingredients list. They show you advertising from around the world. You see how Coca-Cola has evolved and you get all the way until the end. And like the last room is where you have I guess it's called the tasted room exhibit. And it's just a bunch of spigots and you have a cup and you just go to town. It's amazing. Well, it looks like they still allow you to do it. It says you can move freely between dispensing stations to try a range of sweet, spicy, and even savory flavors, and over 100 from various countries and cultures. And it is free with your admission. Okay. So that's pretty cool. Let's see how much admission is. I don't know how much it was when I was there, but it says tickets are $28. Mm-hmm. Yum, yum, yum. I am not mad at it at all. Yum, yum, yum. Anyway, Coca-Cola Museum. Okay, y'all. If you ever get a chance to go to World of Coca-Cola in Atlanta, I think it is definitely worth a visit to go to. It was something that I didn't know much about until I stumbled upon it. And I'm like, let me go. I didn't even drink much soda back then. Christina says, hello to Alicia. My cats can't read is just okay. What is that? Epcot has something like that. Club Cool, sodas, teas, and juices from around the world. Ooh, that sounds pretty cool. See, I would be apprehensive to get into something like that at an amusement park because, you may overdo it. It's easy to overdo it. And then you're walking around with this tummy ache. That would be bad. Okay, because this was like my event for the day, and I went home like, oh, my stomach hurts. But it was fun. We'll add that to, there we go, add to the list. Alicia says, okay, time to get the kids. We'll leave you up for watch hours. Thanks for sprints if you finish before I get back. Oh, thank you very much for coming by. Okay. Yeah, we're going to get to a 30-minute sprint shortly. That'll be the last one, y'all. I do want to, before we get too far ahead, and right here, right here, my On This Day book. As you know, we have to talk about what has happened on this day in history. So today is September 9th. The year is progressing. So apparently on September 9th in 2018, there was a legendary moment when singer John Legend won and first Emmy John Legend was the first person to EGOT. EGOT is basically an acronym for winning all these awards in one year. So he won Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and a Tony Awards. EGOT. There we go. Apparently in 2009, Dubai Metro has first urban rail system in the Arabian Peninsula. It's pretty. It was launched in Dubai with the United Arab Emirates and the first train to run through the city business district. Let's see what else. 1,000. That's it, just 1,000. A combined fleet, which included Danish and Swedish ships, ambushed the warships of Norway's King Olav Tryggvason in the Baltic Sea. The battle that followed was the largest naval conflict of the Viking Age and ended in Norway's defeat in the year 1000. Long time ago. Let's see. Not really tons of fun stuff today, okay? I'm gonna just be honest. Apparently in 1739, you had the Stonewall Rebellion, which is one of the largest uprisings of enslaved people in the British American colonies, which began in South Carolina. I have never heard of the Stonewall Rebellion, and you know what? History, they don't teach you, right? So in 1739, it was one of the largest enslaved people's rebellions in South Carolina, which was under British rule. Interesting. Okay. And then that's one thing about history. They don't really tell you about like Americans like on American soil, which I know was not American soil then, but it doesn't tell you really about like uprisings, like enslaved people uprisings. It's almost that idea like there was a complacency that that's what it is. Like there was no that they didn't fight against that institution. But anyway, 1739, Stoner Rebellion. Apparently in 1940, U.S. researcher George Stibitz, who coined the term digital, or something new, demonstrated his new invention, the electrical digital computer. Okay, so in 1940, digital computer was demonstrated. New invention. Okay, that's something new. And okay, we won't go to the other one. Okay, and that's about it. Nothing really too fancy today. So pretty much John Legend, EGOT. You know who another person that EGOT that I'm aware of is Viola Davis as well. So that was the year her when her book got released. Good times, good times. But that is this day in history. And history. Let's see. Molly says, I watched so much Star Trek Next Generation in the 90s. Oh, that was my jam. I love Star Trek Next Generation. One of the channels had it on every weekday, I think 2 or 3 episodes a day. I watched a lot of those episodes too. I will say that. That was my jam. Data and Picard were like my favorite characters. I love them. Oh yeah, there we go. Over 100 sodas. That's a lot of soda. I like some Coke Zero, but heck, you're trying to taste some sodas around the world, it'll kick out some Coke Zero, right? Gotta limit yourself. Molly says, there's too many types of Coke here now. I sometimes buy a sugary one by mistake, and often they don't have this one I want. Though I am glad they have much more opportunity to have sugar caffeine free. That is true. I definitely like having options, but I try to limit myself in that. I mean, it's just, there's so many good things. I struggle because my husband doesn't really care about limiting himself. I do. So I struggle with allowing him to be able to, that sounds so bad, right? But it's our home. So we should both have a say of what comes into our home. But I struggle with the idea of appeasing him, but also trying to limit myself because I know my willpower is weak. So it's the idea of trying to balance that. But I also want to balance that with what I think is not as healthy for him. He knows it's not healthy. He doesn't care. But I try to balance all of that together because I don't want to deny him what he wants as a grown man. But I also know me as a grown woman without willpower. Sometimes I don't want to set myself up for failure. So it's that delicate balance right there, so at least you'll see. But there's tons of good things. I never was one to keep a bunch of sodas around the house or juices and things like that, but I do since we've gotten married, and I tend to partake in those, which I don't necessarily like. I don't mind having a soda or two, like you go to the store and you buy a soda. But I really don't like having juices and like 12 packs of sodas in the fridge and things like that. Those are things I've never done. I just think if you're not a soda drinker or a juice drinker, you're just inviting chaos and extra sugar into your life. And that's where I feel like I'm at now. I'm battling that on a daily basis when I would rather not. So hence me with this, because I definitely would not have chosen to get this 12 pack. I did cut it with seltzer twice actually, and I think I'm going to cut it with some more seltzer because it's still sweet. So that's how I battle my lack of willpower of these things my money did pay for. So I do have a right to drink them. But I try to balance that with, okay, let me dilute it a whole lot more if I'm going to drink it. So I don't know. We'll see. My Cats Can't Read is a YouTube channel, and they just finished sprinting. Oh, okay. I thought you were referring to a book and telling Alicia about that. Okay. Okay. I have to check that one out. That sounds like a fun name. Molly says, my worry with a tasting station like that is that I'll find something absolutely delicious that I can never get again. I didn't think of that. Yeah. Then you just kind of savor and enjoy it. Although It's really hard though when you have such a tasting room like that to really kind of cleanse your palate, because they have water if you want to have water. Because I was doing that for a while. I would drink a little water, cleanse my palate, and then drink something else. But when you put enough sugar in your system, I'm gonna be honest, I put enough sugar in my system and it all tastes the same. So what may taste good tastes just as good as the other one right next to me. It has to be really like savory in order for me not to think that, oh, that just tastes like the other thing after you've had 20 samples, you know. Why haven't I heard of Stibbits or whatever his name was? No idea. No idea. But invented the computer, digital computer. I only buy sugar-free sodas now, though I did buy some sugary 7-Up yesterday. So there's something here for my extra drink. Yeah. If I had to choose a soda to get, I do prefer the zero sodas. Coke Zero seems to be readily available, so I'll get that. But I love some root beer. That's like my favorite. So I'll get the zero variety. But, you know, it depends on just what's available. But I try to just kind of limit that. So this 7-Up thing that my husband got, which was expensive, it's to taste it. It's not to put it in the rotation. I try to stress that with some of the things that we buy of, hey, this is a test. Enjoy it. Go slow. Enjoy it while you have it. Even though we like it, I don't want to put it in the rotation because some of these things are expensive and also not good for you. So, you know, I believe in everything in moderation. So we struggle with that. Me less so. So anyway, let's get to this last sprint here. Let me see. Do I have it queued up? I believe I do. So here is the last sprint. It's going to be a 30-minute. Did it go on? Oh, come on. Oh, there you go. Sorry, Restream be doing some stuff. Okay, there we go. So there we go. So here is the last sprint, and it is about jobs. Not that we really want to be thinking about that, but let's see. Job too. I'm just queuing this here. So, okay. Okay, so we have some jobs going on here, right? So number 1 is a painter. Number 2 is an aviator. Number 3 looks like a businessman on his business. And number 4 looks like a cop with an eye patch. Why does he have an eye patch? I'm nervous on that one. Okay, I am going to choose number 3, the businessman, okay, with no hair. He just looks like an oddball. All right, I'm going to go with number 3. Let me know how y'all thinking, okay? Which way y'all going to go? This looks like an oddball lot, okay? I'm not going to lie. Let me go right here. Okay, we have Barbara is sprinting. Make sure y'all check her out. Check her out. Then we have, my computer is starting to try to go slow. Good thing this is the last sprint. My computer is kind of acting up when I click on things. Christina said, oops, we can't finish the video now. His lunch break just ended. Oh, that sucks. Still trying to figure out his schedule for this year. Homeschooling, right? You can always hold off and wait till like after he finishes, but then you may have to start all over again. It's still great to have that mommy time, you know? Molly says, I know some computer history names. Babbage invented the computer. Okay, but not electronic. Ada Lovelace was the first programmer. ENIAC is called the first digital computer, but there's lots of names. Oh, okay. Babbage invented a computer, but it wasn't electronic. And Ada Lovelace was the first programmer. Female power up in there. Okay. Now you can add Stibbits for digital computer there. Hello, Swank, how are you doing? Let's see what the days of the week are. Thank you. Okay, so Swank says, happy Teddy Bear Day. Ooh, okay, anybody into teddy bears? Happy Boxed Wine Day. Oh, man. You know what? People can say what they want, but to me, wine is wine. I mean, unless you're one of those connoisseurs, I'm not. But boxed wine is just as good as a bottled wine to me. Okay, might just be cheaper. You get a lot of it, but I'm not having any wine today. Okay, poo poo. But thank you, boxed wine day. Okay, okay. I'm happy when pigs fly day. Okay, that's interesting. And happy birthday, Leo Tolstoy. Well, there we go. If you're into Tolstoy, boxed wine, trying to see the impossible, and teddy bears, today is your day. It's your day. It's your day. Thank you, Swag. Much appreciated. That's always fun. Christina's thinking, I like the purple hats. Okay, so you're going with number one. That is, you can't even see him there. Number one is the painter there. There we go. Okay, yeah. Is it purple or is it blue? That says purple. Okay. I do like that purple hat, but then you got the dude with no hair. I just want to see what he does. Okay, Amberly's also for number one. Bella's for number two. And painting. Yeah, there you go. You got some painting. Swank is number three. Okay, so we got love for the painter, the aviator, and the businessman. Anybody want the cop? Any takers? X is happy to drink Diet 7-Up, but buying sugary for him means I won't drink it. So there's always I buy the Diet 7-Up for myself and drink it. There we go. It's always good when you're in front of, like, with other people to actually have like something that's just for you, you know? Like my husband tends to drink a whole lot more things than I do, or eat up more things because he works from home and I'm not here all the time. So if we have like a case or whatever of something, I'll always take a few and put them up in the cabinet so that I can have some, because it has happened many times that something that I bought has completely disappeared, or there's one of them before I even get a chance to even get to it. And I'm like, where is this that I bought? It's like it's all gone. So I always put some in the cabinet. I share with him most of the time, but I'm getting to the point to where it's like, you didn't share, I didn't share. So, you know, let's see. Click. Christina said, I had to go look at the TV because two look like headphones to me. Oh yeah. Yeah, not headphones. I think it's the glasses and ear things there. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be the what do they call those? It's a headset, basically noise cancellation there. I'll go for one in the purple cap. There we go. Purple's getting some love. Okay, painter. Y'all, this cursor is driving me nuts. Christina said he does online school, so yes, at home, but he has to go to live sessions. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. That's people interaction. I like that idea. Okay. There you go. And then you still get to spend time with him. So that's even fun too. Babbage never finished his did you say it was a computer? As far as I remember. So Lovelace's programming was on paper. I'm not sure I'll read or watch Vampire Diaries. I started it for the first time last week. Oh, well, there you go. We're in the midst of the Mystic Readathon. I have not seen any Vampire Diaries, but I've heard really good things about it. Just, I don't know if I'll go back. But I'm hoping that y'all are enjoying it. I'm definitely enjoying the readathon, that's for sure. I think Nell's done a great job, especially with like the ambiance and stuff. It's really cool. X has tea I can drink in his place. Normal tea gives me migraines. Oh, really? But he's here for more than I'm there. Okay, that works. Yeah, it's nice to be in your own domain too there. You can have what you want. So I understand. Okay, let's get to this last sprint here, okay? Make it count. See you in 30. And number 3 is the winner. Number 3 is the winner. I'm excited about that. Okay, I think I am. How many have we done on here? 4, 5? I'm 2 for that. Okay, there we go. So anybody that voted for the businessman, we are the winners on that one. Okay. How did that go for everybody? Let me know. Let me know. How was that last sprint? Which that was indeed the last sprint. I got a little bit further in my book. I finished clearing off my desk. I have indeed watered down my drink several times. And I took a phone call. So much success. This has been a very productive day. I will say that. Okay. Running on about an hour and a half of sleep, and I'm still feeling good. Still feeling good. So that's a good time. Okay. Molly says, I didn't realize the Mystic Readathon was related until I started watching and realized the place was called Mystic Falls. Yes, this is apparently is Nell's favorite show. So whole thing based off of it. And she's been there several times. So pretty big deal. I like that she's found something she really likes. Molly says, we discussed a lot of vampire TV shows on Angel Didi's channel recently. I put what I could scroll back to or remember on her Discord. Okay, there we go. There we go. She is also a co-host for the Mystic Readathon too. Yay. Yeah, right. Finally wants something, okay? Nothing done. You know what? You have those days sometimes where just things are just not working out, okay? So chalk that up to that just being 2 days, and then maybe in another day it'll be more productive, okay? So sometimes you just need those days, okay? Sometimes you can just say you tried, you know? But depending on what time it is, you still may have some time. For me, it is 3:38. So I'm going to finish up the things that I have done, and I'm going to sit my butt down because I think I'm done for the day. Okay. I may prep a diamond painting. We'll see. Christina says, I found a bunch of sprints and added them to the Bible and looked up 1920s hairdos. Ooh, okay. This phone, y'all. Okay. What about these 1920s hairdo? Are you trying to go back in the day? What's going on with that? Okay. Molly said, I ended up just being on Discord. I still have one voice note to catch up on. It's so hard to catch up on Discord and IG and everything. It's just a revolving door. I only recently caught up. I think I'm caught up on BookTube the other day. I didn't realize it's been a long time since I checked comments. I had some from like a month ago. Okay. I won a giveaway for a channel about a month ago, and I'm like, ooh, I wonder if this is still active. Okay. They might have already given the prize for someone else. Christina says, thanks for hosting. Have a fantastical day. You do as well, Miss Lady. Thank you for coming as always. Make sure you hydrate, do some laundry, take your meds, stretch, have some food, and hit the like button and sub. I'm all for all of those, okay? There's the Mystic Readathon announcement. There we go. There we go. And you have more sprints there. You want to have the BookTube Bible, find out for sprints and readathons. You have tons of options, okay? You can never be bored if you don't want to be. Molly says, I didn't really look at readathons for this month because I decided I needed to focus on finishing some of the books I started. See, and that is the reason why I did the feather mode for the Mystic Readathon. So I can just read whatever I want because I'm a big fan of reading what I want, okay? And I just did not have time to be putting together a TBR, okay? So I just went with what's on my Kindle and what's coming through with the library, okay? I knew I would be doing Shorty September and already had those books lined up. What prompts they fit into? I don't know. I don't really care. I'm just going to do short books, you know? Sometimes you just have that, okay? You can always fit it what's into what you want, okay? 20 to 9 p.m. here. Okay, you still got some time left, okay? That's what, 8:40? Still got a little bit of time of the day left, but just winding down, you know? The Decade Dance is Saturday. This year it is 1920s. Ooh, that's interesting. What is this decade dance about? I've never heard of that. Is that through an organization? What is that? What is that? Trying to think of the flapper dresses. Was that 1920s? Yeah, well, I don't know. I tend not to pay that much of attention to eras that don't have good representation. I'll just say that. So I don't like to feed into those. So I don't really look up the fashions and stuff. 60s and above is kind of where I think of clothing. Any reason to dress up? I love a good reason to dress up. I'm not gonna lie. There's always something fun. On Amazon, if you do want to, they do have costumes that you can just order. They can be as cheap or as expensive as you like them to be. So at the very least, it'll give you some ideas about what to wear and stuff. Molly says, I wonder if I can find the Pinterest account where I save some 1920 stuff. There we go. There we go. That's always a plus. There's Pinterest for everything. Okay. Give you some great ideas. I don't think I had many hairstyles on it. Hey, you can't go wrong with just kind of putting it in a bun, okay? And putting one of those, what's those hats? When I think of 20s, I think of those like sequins. Is it sequins or plain or whatever those hats, those flat hats that they put on their head. Can't say I'm a fan of them, but one of those. So you might not even need a hairstyle, really, as long as it fits underneath the hat. The Decades Dance is the game night Nell is doing for Mystic Readathon. It's Saturday. Oh, okay. See, I'm out of the loop. I told you I've been busy. Okay. Well, I will try to stop by again. That should be pretty fun. Okay. Everybody's gonna get dressed up on camera and stuff. You're gonna be there, Christina? That ought to be a fun time. I look forward to seeing people's outfits then. I'll have to write that down. Fedora or the headbands. There you go. Oh, yeah, the little headbands. Is that flappers? Is that the 20s? Charleston, all that stuff. See, I guess I do know some stuff. Education pays off. Okay, that would sound like fun then. Cloche hats. Cloche hats. I've never heard of cloche hats. Cloche. Cloth. Or is that cloth hats? Hats. Cloche hats. Yep. That's those. Yep, those little hats. Yep. That's exactly what I thought of. Let me see if I can find a style. These little hats. They just kind of paste to your head. I think this one's kind of cute with the little girl. Gotta sequin it up a little bit though. Yeah, see, I'm not, yeah. That's a classic style when I think of it. But yeah, not my, yeah. Okay. That should be fun. All right. I look forward to what y'all have come up with for your outfits, okay? Do I work? I think I work Sunday, not Saturday, but I will be out on Saturday, but that don't mean I won't be back in time. So I am going to write that down. What day of the week? That's the 13th, September the 13th, y'all. 7 p.m. dance. That should be fun. Flappers is the 20s. Okay. I've definitely seen those type dresses on Amazon for sure. I think it's pronounced cloche. We can say cloche. Yo, it is a sh though. Cloche. Okay. Learned something new. I did not know. I just thought of them as like little fabric hats. Fabric boy hats. That's what I thought it meant. Cloche means bell, and they're kind of bell shaped. Okay, I can see it. I can definitely see it. Pronunciation is better, Christina. I couldn't think how to soften the sh. Okay, y'all, it's been a fun time. I hope you get your outfit together and that everything works out for Saturday. I hope to definitely be around. Want to see your outfits and see what y'all do and all that good stuff. Okay. So keep reading, having some good fun, and stay well. Okay. Y'all be blessed.